Hello everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of true scary stories to help you fall asleep. Today, this video is going to be all about encounters with serial killers. And since this video is about serial killers, I want to mention the charity that I am working for this holiday season. This holiday season, I want to join the effort in helping those who have been impacted by crimes and or their families. On this channel, we listen to true scary stories, and there is so much attention put on the perpetrator of crimes. But sometimes, the victims fall to the wayside. This holiday season, let's show support for these victims by donating to the charity, whose goal it is to help them. And that charity is the National Center for Victims of Crimes. The National Center for Victims of Crime is a nonprofit organization that advocates for victims' rights, trains professionals who work with victims, and serves as a trusted source of information on victims' issues. After more than 35 years, they remain the most comprehensive national resource committed to advancing victims' rights and helping victims of crime rebuild their lives. The National Center is, at its core, an advocacy organization committed to and working on behalf of crime victims and their families, rather than focus the entire organization's work on one type of crime or victim. The National Center addresses all types of crime. So please, down below there should be a link. Go donate and help us out with our goal. Without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true, scary stories. I was 10 years old when this account happened. In the fall of grade 5, my mother, sister, and I were visiting my aunt and uncle and their 2 sons in Kansas while on break from school. My family is from South Korea, but my father is African American, so we grew up with both cultures and speak English fluently, so it wasn't hard traveling and interacting with others. My aunt is a devoted Christian and really loved bringing us to church with her and a family friend, Sandra. Now, I'm not against going to church, but I don't believe in a set God. I do, however, believe in a higher power, and spent a good portion of my life at a Buddhist temple, where my material grandfather is one of the head monks and tomb keeper. So despite being more spiritually inclined, I would get up early and put on my Sunday best, and would stumble out the door, jet-lagged, to make it to the service on time. The services always started normally. Greet thy neighbors, welcome the guest, singing, and eventually the preacher would come out and read through scripture. There were times prayers for those in the community would happen, or people coming forward to be saved in the form of baptism. My family normally sat in what my aunt called the best pew in the house, but we didn't sit in that pew alone. There was a man that sat between our family and another family of 3. This man, between the families, was a killer. A killer in the pews. Now, I know what you must be thinking. How do I know he's a killer, right? Well, hold on and I'll tell you what I know. Now let's get back on topic. The man that sat on the other side of my mother and next to Mr. Hopper was considered an outstanding member of the community. He was active in the church, and his kids even used to babysit around the community. All in all, he seemed like just the typical American family man. He was odd, though. Something about his mannerisms threw my family for a loop. This man used to lean over towards my mother, to the point his head was almost on her shoulder, and he would take a deep inhale. And my mother would lean away towards me, almost crushing me, and promptly would ask the man, "Can I help you with something?" He smiled and just laughed a bit, and shook his head no, just a bit, and muttered an apology for making us uncomfortable. He started, "You just smell familiar. It makes me remember something. Triggers a deep memory in me." My mom just laughed it off rather uncomfortably and stated it's Sea Island cotton from Bath & Body Works. This has been my mom's favorite scent ever since I can remember. It's her signature. And if you've ever smelled it, you would know just how fresh and clean the perfume is. So maybe he was just drawn in subconsciously, closer like a moth to a flame. But as time progressed and service after service passed, he continued his sniffing ministrations. My mom eventually had enough. This man was creepy and couldn't take the hint to back off. We jumped ship and moved pews the next service to an area more towards the back. That should have been the end of it, but it wasn't. The man must have thought man overboard, because he jumped ship and maneuvered through the worshippers to, you guessed it, sit right next to us. This cycle continued up until we boarded our plane to go home. However, the story doesn't end here. Remember I mentioned the family friend, Sandra? Well, Sandra was a dental hygienist in Kansas, and she has a neighbor who was also one of her patients, get found murdered in her own home. I will not be disclosing her name out of respect to her family and friends, but this woman, may she rest in peace, was found bound with rope and a plastic bag over her head. It was apparent she had been tortured brutally before she passed. Not long after the discovery, another body was discovered in yet again their own home, and mocking letters started being sent to the local PD station. If you haven't figured it out yet, this was the work of the serial killer BTK, which stands for bind, torture, kill. He was back after years of silence. Initially, police thought maybe it was a copycat killer since BTK had been quiet for so long. They assumed he died or moved away, among other possibilities. The killing continued for a bit longer, and from what I remember, my aunt and uncle were on edge. Their whole community was. BTK was eventually caught, and I can't tell you all the details regarding that since I was back home in Korea. But I can tell you we received a pretty terrifying phone call not long after. My aunt and Sandra called to inform us it was over. BTK was caught. Great news, right? We should have slept easy knowing our friends and family were safe. They're no longer prey. BTK wasn't just a serial killer. He was the man from the pews, the one that sniffed my mother consistently. He was Dennis Rader. The thing that scares me most? My mom could have been on his list. She could have been a victim, all because we sat in the pews and greeted our neighbor with brotherly love. Long-time lurker, first-time posting. I hate the fact that I have a story to even post on this subreddit, but it goes to show, when you live in a major metropolitan city, you never know what walks of life you will pass by, or drop off. So little backstory. In 2003, I was a 16-year-old employee at an urban clothing store here on the south side of Chicago. At the time, I had a manager who was in his early 20s by the name of Anthony. Anthony was pretty arrogant and obnoxious, but overall he was a pretty cool guy. I used to give him crap and tease him when it came to approaching the ladies, because he always seemed timid or too aggressive. I was and still am a ladies' man, so yeah, I was being a butthole. After working at this place for about 3 months, Anthony asked me if I would drop him off at home. It wasn't far from the direction I headed in, so I dropped him off maybe twice a week for the next month or so. Now let me tell you, these car rides were quite uncomfortable. This guy, as much as we spoke at work, would not speak, and sort of just kept looking straight. It got to the point that his awkwardness went from entertaining to straight creepy. I was 16. Most awkward people are interesting to teenagers. Fast forward 3 or 4 years later, I'm watching the news as they go into detail of a horrific crime committed by a Comcast installation worker. Apparently, the Comcast worker entered 2 homes he was due for an installation. Ard, beat, and strangled 2 women. The real unfortunate thing is this happened on 2 different occasions, and after the first murder, the gentleman was arrested and questioned, but released and sent back to work, which allowed him to strike again. As the picture of his mugshot flashed on the screen, I froze. It was Anthony. Now, growing up on the south side of Chicago, I've grown up and befriended a fair share of people who grew up to be murderers, but this took the cake. In the late 70s, my uncle was studying medicine at the University of Chicago. After a morning class, he decided that he would hitchhike back home to Lincoln Park on the north side instead of pay for a taxi. A man drove up in a Plymouth Satellite and offered my uncle a ride. The man looked normal and seemed friendly, lighthearted even, so my uncle got in the car and they started driving towards Lakeshore Drive. However, once they got there, the man drove south on Lakeshore instead of north, towards Lincoln Park. My uncle told the man that he was going the wrong way and to turn around and head north. The man looked at my uncle, put his hand on his knee and said, "No, son, you're coming with me," and smiled darkly at him. My uncle froze in panic, and when they hit traffic near the South Shore, he quickly unlocked the passenger door and ran away without looking back. A year or two later, on a cold December day, my uncle was having coffee in a cafe with my future aunt when he caught something on the TV that made his blood run cold. He saw the man that picked him up from school that day the year before. He had been arrested for a suspected R and killing of over 20 young men and boys. The man on the television was John Wayne Gacy, and he had removed the door handle off the passenger side door to prevent the men he picked up from escaping. Before I begin this story, I'm letting you know that there is no way to prove it's real. It was told to me by my good friend's brother, who is a very honest, good man, and has no reason to embellish any story, and has either never lied to anyone or is a masterful actor. He's the kind of guy who doesn't make up stuff, ever, which makes the tale all the more convincing, at least to me. My friend's dad was a young man in the 1970s, and he lived in the suburbs of a major American city. He wasn't older than 18 or 19. The economy back then wasn't great, and so guys, especially as young as him, would really take any job. After lots of searching, he finally found work as a contractor, mainly carpentry stuff and whatnot. His boss was nice, friendly enough guy, but something about him was a little off-putting. He had a nervous way about him, and yet was somehow inviting. One day, my friend's dad needs to talk to him. The business is pretty informal and local, not a very big deal. And so my friend's dad goes back to his boss's house. He knocks on the door. No answer. For whatever reason, he finds the door is unlocked and decides to walk in. His boss is nowhere to be seen. He calls out his name a few times and hears shuffling on the basement steps as his boss comes hurtling up them, flinging the door open, looking sweaty and angry. His boss apologizes for the entrance, and they talk business for a while before my friend's dad left. He was really weirded out by the situation and never showed up to work again. Although, he probably wouldn't be around today if he had. His boss was John Wayne Gacy. I went to a serial killer's lair. Hello, Redditors. Here's a story that I've never told anyone, partly because elements of this story are just not appropriate in most social situations. As a result, I've locked this away in my memory, and I rarely think about it. Fair warning, this story does involve some sketchy, sexual situations, but does not describe any actual acts. And as another disclaimer, I am completely aware that this story involves me being very stupid and careless. I'm not going to inject these acknowledgments into the story, but rest assured that in hindsight, I am aware of the foolishness that took place, and I don't need to be chided on that topic. Now, where to begin? The year was approximately 1998 or 1999. I was a young gay man in my early 20s, living in a medium-sized city in the Midwestern United States. This was sort of an in-between transitional time for gay people, where in most populous areas we had enough respect to live openly, but there were still plenty of people who did not like us. It was well before the invention of smartphones, and the internet was still in the early stages of mass adoption. There were large communities online, but it was not yet at the point where most Americans were online. Online socialization consisted of chat rooms, hosted by various services like AOL, Yahoo, or Internet Relay Chat servers, and message boards were still in use by a large number of people. For gay men at that time, it was nothing short of revolutionary. Prior to the internet and to the broader cultural changes, gay men had been stuck living for fun in secretive and or shady places due to the inability to freely express ourselves. In the 90s, it was still somewhat risky, but the internet offered a way to talk freely and relatively anonymously, without the risk of being outed or worse. For this reason, it really took off in gay communities, and gay men were a very large part of the underbases for these social platforms. It was suddenly very easy and relatively safe to find dates, friends, or just passionate hug, and it quickly became the norm for a lot of gay men. On the other hand, being such a new communication tool for most people, we were sometimes blind to the risks. Being an attractive young man in my prime, I made liberal use of online communities to find dates. That is to say, I had plenty of hookups. My city had a decent number of chat rooms and personals message boards, and I had mostly great experiences. I met the typical assortment of good guys, closet cases, and weirdos that you'd expect. I wasn't an absolute hoe by most standards, but suffice to say that a cute gay man at the time could generally have a lot more dates than your typical straight person. At some point during this time, I'd had some brief chat on a message board with a guy from my city. I forget his screen name. It's been over 20 years, so let's call him Slim Guy 65. This back and forth had happened on a general thread in the gay section, not in private messages, so it was visible to anyone who chose to read that thread. Nothing had come of it, but about a week later I received an email from an unrecognized address. The email basically said, "Hey, I'm not gay, and I don't agree with the gay lifestyle. I'm here because my friend met this Slim Guy 65 in person from this message board, and the guy really hurt him. I don't want this to happen to anyone else. My friend tried to tell the police, but they wouldn't do anything. I see that you were talking to Slim Guy 65, so just be careful and stay away from him." Okay, that's strange. What does this person mean by really hurt him? Was his heart broken? Did he get beaten up or verbally abused or what? I responded to the email asking for clarification on what exactly happened. I never received a response. I was slightly weirded out by it, but on the other hand, it's an anonymous email from someone who doesn't respond and is vague about their warning. This could be anything. It could be some disgruntled ex trying to mess with the guy. It could be a real warning about someone gay bashing. It could be someone trolling who doesn't have anything to do with anyone. I kept it in the back of my mind, but pretty much just shrugged it off. Several weeks later, I had a weekday off work and decided to take to the internet to fish for some men, as was my custom. Lo and behold, I had an email response to a personal ad. It was Slim Guy 65. He was offering to meet at his place to hang out and just have a good time. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I won't go into details, and as I recall, there weren't really many details discussed, other than the small talk and intros we'd done previously. Nothing about this guy was really sounding interesting to me, but I had no other offers on this day, so I decided why not. I'll go see what this dude's about. As I typed my reply, I suddenly remembered the strange email I'd received warning about this person. I went back and reread it. Still vague. Still presenting more questions and no answers. Should I take this anonymous warning at face value and just ignore Slim Guy 65? I decided to go check him out anyways. His address was on a rather busy street in the middle of a dense residential area, not some shack out in the woods, and I can handle myself. If he's weird, I can just get out of there. Before long, I arrived at the house at the agreed time. It was a duplex-style house with one apartment on the ground floor and one on the second floor, part of a row of several identical duplexes. It was the middle of the afternoon. There was plenty of traffic on the street and the occasional person out on their porch or in their backyard. I pulled up to the driveway to the parking area behind the house, got out, and knocked on the door. The guy that answered was pretty normal. Kind of mousy-looking man, probably in his 40s. Slight, slim build, soft-spoken. Looked like any guy working in an office cubicle somewhere. Not really my type, but honestly, my curiosity was piqued and I had nothing better to do. So I stepped inside to take a look around and gauge the situation, with the warning email fresh in my mind. I stepped to the back door into the kitchen. It was very clean and there was nothing out on the counters, and no table and chairs or anything. This is to say, it did not look like someone was living there. It had been kept up and cleaned, but looked empty. Looking out into the apartment, I could see that It was not set up as a living space. A large window with sliding glass was behind the kitchen and living room. I could see what looked like a large table out in the living room area. Slim Guy 65 said something like, "This wasn't where I live. A friend of mine used to run a doctor's office here. I maintain the building for him. It's private though. We have the place to ourselves." That was weird, but okay. He shut the back door and locked it with a keyed deadbolt, the kind that you need a key to open even from the inside, and put his keys back in his pocket, saying, "So, what do you want to do?" At this point, my danger sense spiked. This is not a normal home, and why is he locking the door like that? It's not necessarily suspect. A lot of people have that sort of lock on their door, and the door has a window, so it even makes sense. Still, something's not right here. I can tell, and now I'm locked in. I asked why he's locking the door like that, which immediately flustered him. He was looking rather nervous, and his voice was a little wavery and halting, not quite stuttering, but almost. He said, well, we don't want someone to come in and interrupt us, right?" Flashing a weak, unconvincing smile. His demeanor and body language were all I needed to confirm that this guy was up to no good, or at least there was something he was hiding. However, I could tell that I was intimidating him. I was not a particularly muscular kid, but I have a larger frame. Like, even when I'm at my very thinnest, I still wear size large tops and 36 waist pants. So I look big, which people tend to interpret as me being stronger than I really am. Also, I'm not a tough guy at all, but I have a resting facial expression that makes me look like a badass thug. People who don't know me often assume that I'm rough or something. I sometimes use this to my advantage while I can, because before long a new acquaintance will eventually figure out that I'm a total wimp. But this was definitely an occasion to play up the tough guy appearance, and I did exactly that. I put on my best steely face and told him to unlock the door, and that I don't want to be locked in here. He looked for a moment like he was going to pee his pants. Then he said, "Okay, all right, I'll unlock this." He unlocked the deadbolt. "And I'll just lock the knob here." And he turned the little dial that locks the doorknob. That was fine with me. I continued to stare at him until he said, "I'll leave the keys on the counter right here." And he set his keys down near the sink. I was relatively satisfied with that answer. At this point, though, my adrenaline was flowing. I was almost in full fight or flight mode, but I was kind of stuck in place. The guy was between me and the door. I was freaked out, but this little weasel did not appear to pose any immediate physical threat to me. I could tell that his pant pockets were empty and that I was intimidating the living hell out of him. I didn't know exactly what to do yet. Now, keep in mind that despite my wordy descriptions, this all happened very quickly, without any really long pauses. It had only been maybe 1 to 2 minutes since I had stepped into the door. This all happened at the pace of a conversation. This guy was obviously nervous, and trying not to appear so. He said, "Well, let's go in," and walked a wide path around me through the kitchen into what would normally be the living room, and towards the hall to the right from there. I was familiar with this floor layout. It's very common in this area. The hallway would lead to 2 small bedrooms, with a bathroom in between them. I hesitated, thinking I should walk out that back door and take off. But really, now I was super curious. I knew there was no way in hell that I'm doing anything with this guy, but I kind of want to see what's going on in here. Also, I'm confident that he can't take me if he comes to a fight, so I slowly headed towards the living room. It felt like I was walking in slow motion. From the kitchen entrance, I could see a large rectangular stainless steel table, taking up a lot of the living room. I remember thinking this looks like a surgical table. It looked like it could raise and tilt, and it had a recessed channel running all the way down the edge. In hindsight, I now know what that was. It was 100% a mortician's table. Dude had a mortician's table in there. But at that time, I thought it looked like a medical table of some sort. There was some other office-type cabinets and stuff around, I think. But now all I really remember is the table in that room. The large front window looking out onto the street was covered by vertical blinds that were closed. Slim Guy 65 said something like, "This used to be a doctor's office. Like I said, come on back here." The hallway revealed the room setup that I expected. The first bedroom door was closed. The second door was open to a small, very clean bathroom. At the end of the hall was the other bedroom, which looked like, if the doctor's office story was true, had at one time been converted to an exam room. He said, "We can go into that room if you want. Go ahead, take a look." And he stayed by the other closed bedroom door. The back bedroom door was open, and I could see the walls were covered in a honey-colored wood paneling, the type you might see in a den or office that hasn't been updated since the early 70s. I slowly took a few steps down to that door, trying to be very aware of what Mr. Creepy was doing behind me. He didn't move. When I got up to that room, the first thing I noticed was the door had a keyed deadbolt lock, kind of like the back door, but this room locked from the outside. I wondered if there was a lever on the inside, but I pretty much knew the answer to that question without needing to check. I also saw a chair, a non-swiveling, plastic desk chair with thin metal legs, sitting near the center of the room. The room had old, dark carpet and those wood-paneled walls. I noticed that the walls were completely paneled with no windows, and I know that room had at least one window, probably two. So whoever did that paneling went over the windows. There was also a phone in there, plugged in and setting on the floor. It was an old office phone, probably from the 80s or early 90s. Dingy beige plastic with several buttons to manage different phone lines, just sitting on the carpet near the wall, with the chair at a slight distance facing the phone. There was nothing else in that room. I was standing at the threshold of that room with one foot slightly in, absolutely not going past that door. I looked back at Dude. He was still standing by that other door, just nervously smiling at me, trying hard to look casual, but obviously very nervous or something. He said something like, "Well, what do you want to do?" Instead of answering, I felt around the backside of the deadbolt lock. Sure enough, nothing there but the smooth wood of the door. It also dawned on me that I did not see a light switch anywhere for the ceiling lamp. Was there a switch? Who knows? It should have been just inside the door, of course. That original switch was covered up by the paneling. He mumbled something about not having the key to that lock. Don't worry about it. I turned back to face the guy and just said, "What is it that you want to do here?" My skin had gone ice cold as I realized that I was way, way, way too far into this apartment. I was running through my options in my head. What is this guy gonna do? He doesn't appear to have any weapon or anything in reach, but who the hell knows what's going on in this place? What are you trying to do? He was almost totally derailed by that. He stammered out, "Some hot man-to-man fun?" With the weakest smile I've ever seen, looking like he was just a hair's breadth away from panicking. That sounds comical, but really, that sentence was probably the most chilling part of the entire experience for me. It was the way he said it, like he had to come up with something on the fly, something that would sound plausible, and he failed. Who says that in real life? Hey, do you want to have some hot man-to-man fun? Nobody. It's something you'd see on an advertisement for a cheesy porn site or something. Some hot man-to-man fun? Smile. Quivering lips. That was it. I said, "Nope, I want to go. I'm leaving." He said, okay. I quickly walked past him as he flattened himself against the wall to avoid me. And I noped right out through the living room dissection area and through the kitchen to the back door, which was thankfully still not deadbolted. The keys were still on the counter. I let myself out of the door and didn't bother closing that, as I saw him slowly coming to the door behind me. I deliberately walked, not ran to my car. Looking back at the building, I could see that indeed there was a window facing the backyard area from that paneled room. But of course, it was covered up from the inside. Dude was shutting and locking the back door. And I left, heart pounding, skin icy cold, thinking, holy cow, what was that? So, was this guy some sort of killer? Or was he just an awkward, closeted gay guy with access to a sterile-looking apartment with an autopsy/mortuary table and a windowless room that locks from the outside, with a chair and a phone and no light switch? It's clear to me that the poor soul who walks into that room gets locked in. He probably shuts off the light from somewhere and calls the phone. Other than that, it's anyone's guess what happens. I assume the friend of the judgmental person who emailed me must have been some kid that got locked in for whatever game ensues. Driving home, at first I thought, of course, I have to call the police and tell them what's in that place. But thinking it through, I realized I didn't really have any crime to tell them about. I went to meet a man for casual sex, and what? He has a room with a chair in it? He has, as I thought at the time, an exam table? The police aren't going to do anything with that story. The guy didn't touch me or do anything to me, and I left. I considered calling an anonymous tip line, but again, what exactly would I report? There was no actionable crime. Also, keep in mind that at the time, while local police in this city were pretty decent, they weren't especially interested in getting involved with helping the gays. They'd prosecute actual crimes if it was cut and dry, but I'd heard plenty of accounts of them not choosing to follow up on cases where there was not an easy arrest to be made. I decided not to report anything because nothing would come of it except drawing unwanted attention to myself. Even in retrospect, I think that was probably the most rational choice to make. If this happened today in 2020, the law enforcement would probably be a lot more interested in it. But back then, not so much. So, live and learn. I still drove past that house once in a while in the normal course of life for several years. I'd pay attention to how it looked. The vertical blinds were closed for maybe 5 or 6 years whenever I went past. Then, eventually the blinds were down, and there were decorative curtains in the window, so I assumed the place was eventually sold to someone who actually lived in it. Around 2002, maybe 2003, there was a murder of a young man on the news. He'd been found in the next state, which borders my city, so it's not very far away. I recognized the guy from the gay community, but didn't know him personally. A friend mentioned to me something about the local serial killer. I said, "What?" He explained that a few young men had gone missing over the past year, each after being at one specific dive bar, and each being found several miles to the north past the state line and out in the country. The case on the news matched up with that MO. My friend told me the young guy had been at the bar and left with someone the night they disappeared. The news report didn't mention anything about a gay bar or similar recent cases, of course. I had to wonder if my acquaintance from the internet had anything to do with it. The location of the murders apparently was nowhere near that duplex, at least according to the story I was told. I never heard of a resolution to that murder on the news, or any official mention of a suspected serial killer, other than some gossip. So, that happened. This happened to a friend's mom. It was the 70s, and she was in a sorority in college. She went out with some friends to a bar and started chatting with some guy sitting next to her. He was normal, cute, and friendly. She thought nothing odd of him. The girls had decided to hit up the bar before going to a party, so it came time for them to go. The guy asked her if she was sure she wouldn't rather go party at his house, and she said no, thanks, and left with her friends. Later, after she's arrived home and is in her room getting ready for bed, she hears a noise outside her door. She opens her bedroom door on the second floor and sees a man, the same one from the bar, stealthily walking up her stairs. She lived in a duplex, and the dog from the next door had started barking, which scares him and he leaves. A year or so later, she's watching the news and sees the man's face from the bar. It was Ted Bundy. This didn't happen to me. It happened to my dad when he was 17 in 1982. He ran away from home because he was in some kind of trouble. He never told me exactly what he had done, but I knew he had a pretty crazy youth. To escape getting into trouble, he went to London and stayed in a bar near the train station for a few hours trying to figure out what to do next. Very quickly, he was approached by a man who sat next to him and kept buying him drinks. The man was kind, charming, and really seemed to empathize with my dad. He offered to let my dad stay with him for a few days, free of charge. My dad says he really considered it, actually thinking he might go there and steal from the man, but changed his mind last minute because the man had been kind to him and he went back home. About a year later, He had met my mother, and they were watching the news when the same man popped up on the TV having been arrested. He then learned the man was Dennis Nilsen, and was the same man he had been talking to for hours in the pub in London. Apparently, when Nilsen appeared on the TV, my dad turned ghostly white and started immediately shaking. Although it's not my experience, I'm always extremely careful and wary of people I don't know. Dennis Nilsen died in 2018, so luckily, he will never meet anyone again. This encounter happened in summer of 2006 when I was 20 years old. I didn't get my driver's license until January of that year, and driving opened up so many doors for me that I took a lot of solo trips to my friends' houses in New England/Mid-Atlantic states. I also look young for my age, and was often mistaken for a high school student in my early 20s. I was driving alone on I-78 on a random July day, on my way to visit my friend in southern PA for a long weekend. Her parents were away, and we had the house to ourselves, and were planning on drinking/hot tubbing and watching Planet Earth drunk. It had just came out. Maybe run around some cornfields at night. I was so excited and had a great drive, listening to music, and it was a beautiful day for driving. Right after I crossed the border from New Jersey into Pennsylvania, I stopped at one of the first rest stops to get gas and snacks for the last part of my drive. I had tried to figure out which rest stop this was, and I can't ID it, but it was a gas station with a large mini-mart. Opposite the gas station was the on-ramp back to I-78 West, and parallel to the on-ramp was a dirt road which comes into play later. I was heading into the store when a man in his late 30s/early 40s approached me. He was a stocky guy, decently tall. I'm 5'1". Had on a plain black tee and jeans with dark brown hair and a mustache/goatee. He had come out of a black pickup truck parked a few spaces away from my car. He had a super intense gaze and immediately creeped me out. He just had a crazy energy about him. I don't really get vibes from people that often, but this was so strange. He stood too close. His gaze was crazy, direct and focused. His word choice was strange. Immediately set off all my alarms. He asked if I was from the area, despite my Connecticut license plate, where I was headed, and if I knew of anything fun to do because he had plans later and time to kill beforehand. He invited me to go play mini golf or watch a movie with him. I didn't answer any of his questions, declined his invitation to hang out, and told him I didn't know the area, and walked away towards the store. I was blown away that he had asked me to go somewhere with him. It was so random and uncomfortable. As I was walking away, he actually screamed out, "You're gorgeous," and the volume and tone made my hair stand on end. It was super aggressive and inappropriate, and he startled a family walking out of the store. It was so loud. I didn't turn around but went inside. He came into the store shortly after and was staring at me, so I went to use the bathroom and stayed in for at least 10 minutes texting my friend about this creep. When I came out, he wasn't in the store anymore, so I took my time buying drinks and snacks, and went out to gas up my car. I was relieved his car was gone and started thinking about the rest of my drive and getting excited to see my friend. When I pull up to the road to get back on the highway, I hear someone persistently honking his horn, and see this creep show on the dirt road parallel to the on-ramp in his truck honking, shouting, and waving at me to drive over to him. He was directly facing the gas station, and had been waiting for me to pull up. I immediately freaked out and jumped on the on-ramp, back to I-78. He pulled onto the highway after me, and I called my friend extremely scared. I drove so fast and probably dangerously, and looking back, I'm lucky that I didn't get into an accident, but I didn't know what to do. He didn't follow me for that long, and I think after a few exits he pulled off. My friend and I had a backup plan that if I saw his car again, she would direct me to a police station the next town over from her house, instead of my going directly there and leading some freak to us. I didn't see his car again, and went to my friend's house, but the last hours of my drive I was extremely tense and anxious. I remember checking my mirrors regularly for this black pickup truck. It all ended well. I got to my friend's house safely and we had a nice weekend. The encounter was definitely creepy, but over the years I didn't put much thought into it. A few years ago, around 2014, I was talking with another friend who was big into serial killers, and mentioned my encounter, jokingly, suggesting this was a serial killer I had met and told her my experience. She was fascinated and wanted to Google active serial killers in the Pennsylvania area at the time. The first hit was for Adam Leroy Lane, and he looked almost exactly like the man that I met back in 2006. Obviously, it could have been my mind filling in the blanks, but the basic characteristics, 40s, tall but stocky, brown hair and mustache/goatee, and the time/area all match. In my memory, he was a little bit slimmer than the pictures, and it was 2006, not 2007, when he was actually convicted of murdering women. Still, it's an odd coincidence, and one that I've never forgotten. This is not my personal experience. This was my grandmother's experience in the fall of 1974. My grandma was 30 years old and worked as many as 4 jobs throughout the week to take care of my dad. She worked at a popular steakhouse restaurant called the Moonraker. This steakhouse was upscale and attracted all different types, and had some regulars who would stop in every week. One of these regulars wasn't from Utah. He was new in town. He would call ahead every week before Thursday to make sure his preferred table would be available. My grandma was the hostess and worked almost every night. Thursday night each week, this handsome, polite, well-dressed, and charismatic character would come in and chat with my grandma before she seated him. This handsome stranger was Ted Bundy. My grandmother recalls Bundy being very gentlemanly, never flirtatious, never rude, very clean-cut, and friendly. He presented himself extremely well. He'd ask her how she was doing, and always greeted her by name when he called in or arrived at the restaurant. He showed up nearly every Thursday night for about 3 or 4 months. Then one week, he didn't call and didn't show up again. On a couple of occasions, he would ask my grandma if she could serve him liquor from the bar, but she didn't work in the bar area, so she couldn't. Ted replied, "Oh, that's right. I forget we're in Utah. They're so strict here." This was in Murray, Utah, and the restaurant, which has now been remodeled and is a Denny's, is in the Fashion Place Mall parking lot, where Carol DeRanch was abducted by Bundy and later escaped. Besides the fact that it later came to light that Bundy was a serial killer, what's really scary is one of my grandmother's coworkers at the restaurant went missing during that fall. They later found her body by the Salt Lake City airport, and it's suspected that she was a victim of Bundy. My grandma told me that she's glad she wasn't some cute little thing working in the restaurant at the time. She wasn't Bundy's type, or else who knows what would have happened. Also, fun facts. She also mentioned that Bundy's table had a good view of the doors and was close to the back exit. No surprise there. He also preferred the non-smoking section and liked to get many bottles of hard liquor from the bar. He always knew it was him when she saw his light tan Beetle pulling into the mall parking lot. It wasn't until later that she saw Ted on TV on the news, and she was in complete shock. I tell this story all the time to friends, and I feel like it would be a good fit here. As a little background, at the time these events occurred, I was a 22-year-old female and had just graduated culinary school. I needed a job and did not want to remain in the city I had finished school in. I had a relative that worked in the administration area of the state prison, located in my hometown. Now, due to the nature of this place and not being entirely sure what the rules are for identifying some people and places, I'll have to be a bit vague in my descriptions, and I apologize for that. I will say, it was a prison designed originally for high-security inmates, but due to lack of other facilities in the state, the population ended up being a mix of low and high-security guys. The relative told me there was an opening in the food production area of the pen as a supervisor. It paid well, had benefits, and would look really good on a resume. I interviewed for the position and was hired, and moved back to my hometown. I was pretty much just thrown into the job and spent my first couple of months before and during training. Officer training, even though I would be in the kitchen areas, I still had to go through some training that the COs took, including having to search a cell. It was awful. I worked in the main facility, supervising the inmate workers in the chow hall, escorting them by myself between the different areas of the facility to deliver and pick up chow carts, etc. Just to be clear, in this place you're always on camera, have a radio on your belt, a distress panic button, and all sorts of other security. It was still kind of creepy though. Once I finished training, I was moved over to a separate facility where the actual cooking and production was done. Food was trucked between it and the main facility at mealtimes. Inmate workers were also transported between the two. As soon as I got there, I started hearing about B. B was a senior guy at the facility, amongst the inmates, and was a serial killer. At the time, he was in a different state, facing charges on what the local authorities believed were several more of his crimes after remains were found in the area. Needless to say, I was a bit intrigued. So about a month later, B comes back. I will never forget meeting him for the first time. First off, he's huge, about 6'5", 300 pounds, but not fat. Gigantic hands and feet and ice blue eyes. He was also extremely quiet, polite, and a very hard worker. He was kind of my right-hand man, as he was very familiar with the facility and had been working the kitchen for years. Most of the guys I worked with were fine, and most liked me, as I, A, was a young girl, and B, made the food taste good. There were guys in for drug offenses, lifers that just wanted to keep their noses clean and live with as little hassle and as much freedom as possible, and general low-threat guys. They were definitely still buttholes and creeps, but that's the name of the game, I guess. I never really felt threatened, especially after one afternoon working with B. Another inmate had jokingly come up behind me and said boo, laughing about how he'd gotten me. He went on his merry way and B came up to me, a very serious look on his face, and said, "If anything ever happens here, or someone messes with you, you come find me. I'll take care of you." I was kind of taken aback, but I hate to say this, flattered at the same time. No one messed with B, and most seemed almost in awe of the guy. Some of the stories they told about him were nuts, so yeah, it kind of felt good to know he was on my side, I guess. I will note here that, as far as anyone is aware, he only killed men. He was always polite to female staff, almost to the point of shyness. I never ever felt scared or threatened by B, until one day a bit later. B and I were setting up the conveyor area where we filled and loaded the chow trays for the other facility. We were loading big trays of enchiladas onto a cart when this little butthole called Skeeter started giving me crap. He had only been in the kitchen for a few weeks and had been a total creep and jerk to me from the moment he showed up. I don't remember exactly what he was saying to me, but I was getting pissed and a bit flustered. B was sent over, placing a tray on the cart, when he suddenly stopped, looked up at Skeeter, and said in a low voice, almost under his breath, "Don't start that shit, Skeeter." I don't know what it was about, how quickly and dramatically his demeanor changed, but I unconsciously took a step back. Those crazy blue eyes were just focused on Skeeter, and the tone of his voice was so serious and sinister, it scared the crap out of me. Even though Skeeter was a little further away, and I don't think that he even heard what B said, he knew something was up too. He went white, mumbled an apology, and hurried off. I was still pulled back, staring at B with my mouth open, and just like that he smiled, straightened up, and said something along the lines of, "Now that that's done, what's next?" And we went about our day. I ended up quitting not too long after that. Working in a prison is rough, especially for a female my age. All of the other inmates had told me B was a fantastic artist, and at the time I left, I was told he was working on a drawing for me. I never got it, and that kind of bums me out. I will never ever forget that day on the line though. My whole time working there was crazy, but that experience with B was by far the craziest. Sorry it was so long and rambling, and if there's anything that needs clarification, just ask. Thanks. I don't like to think about this, but when I was in high school, I was walking to my boyfriend's house. The town was very small and safe, but the interstate ran right through it, and the street I went down was an entrance/exit. So there was a couple of gas stations, restaurants, not much, but you could throw a rock and hit the interstate from them. I decided to take a shortcut at the junction with the interstate and walk onto a fairly classy but very dark neighborhood with lots of trees. It's a dead end, but I was going to cut across the field a bit further on. It never occurred to me how visible I was, just past dusk on a summer Friday night, to the service plaza. I start walking and I hear a Volkswagen Beetle coming up behind me. I knew nothing about Ted Bundy then. I don't think he had even made the news yet, but he did have a thing about beetles. What's really creepy is the charm and manipulation he had. I kept my distance from his car. He said, "Do you want to ride?" Me, "No, I'm enjoying the walk." He said, "I live up here. What are you going to see?" I actually got a pang of guilt, something in how he said it, almost like a curious cop would. I told him a name of a friend who actually lived up there. He said, "Oh, I live 2 houses down. Hop in." I said, "Nah, I'd rather walk." The little beetle was rolling a little closer. I was taking a step backward, and then he said the thing that is always the giveaway. "It's very dark. You shouldn't be walking up here alone. So come on, get in." Very strange mix of charm and menace. I said I'm fine and started walking. About 2 seconds later, I heard the car door open, and as I bolted, I heard him say, in this completely terrifying angry yell, "You better come the hell back here." Not likely. I knew where the fence was in the field, where he couldn't drive or find his way around, so over it I went. I hid and realized I was shaking all over. I heard the car make a turnaround, as though he was using the headlights to look for me. Then he floored it, as much as a beetle can, because I guess he also realized he was visible from the service plaza. For all I knew, he did live up there. But no, I plainly saw his beetle hustle down to the ramp and head north. Years later, reading about Ted and his really almost hypnotic charm and sudden changes, looking at his picture, even hearing his voice, I thanked my lucky stars that my instincts had kicked in. I was cautious and skeptical back then, but I actually caught myself thinking, well, it is a long walk. The event here takes place in Washington State in early October of 2010. My girlfriend Beth had flown from Sydney, Australia to visit me. I lived in Seattle, but since it was cheaper for her to book a flight from Sydney to Vancouver than Seattle, we decided to spend a lot of time in British Columbia and work our way back to Seattle. After a couple days in Vancouver, we took a ferry to Vancouver Island in Victoria, where we stayed at the Empress Hotel. The plan from there was to take a ferry from Victoria back to Anacortes in Washington State, and hop a bus or train or something to Seattle. Making the most of our last day in Victoria, we did not get to the ferry terminal prior to the final ferry of the day. I think it departed around 10 p.m. or so. Upon arrival in Anacortes, if you're familiar with how a ferry works, you have about 10 minutes or so where a flood of cars disembark and foot traffic too. As people head to the parking lot to hop in the car they presumably have parked. I had miscalculated on a couple of fronts. Upon checking what I believed to be a bus terminal, there was clearly no bus on the way. There were no cabs either, no public transit options, and whatever kind souls who may have helped us out very rapidly dissipated into the night. The other miscalculation was that the Anacortes ferry terminal was further outside of the city of Anacortes than I remembered. The road to the ferry winds along a mile or more through a wooded area with not even a pedestrian footpath. Not uncommon for Washington. To make matters worse, it was raining, as is typical of that time of year. We were stranded, luggage in tow and all. Welcome to the U.S., Beth. As the ferry traffic vanished and we began to wonder what the hell we were going to do, we were approached by a man, smile on his face, not in the least bit concerned himself about also appearing to be stranded. I recall him as being a bit bigger than me, both in height and weight, probably in his 40s. Glasses, a raincoat, and a wide-brimmed hat, which he doffed in greeting. At least one of us was dressed appropriately for the weather. He shook my hand and we got to talking about the predicament we were in, to which he explained that he was waiting for his mom and sister to come pick him up. They were driving down from Bellingham to get him. He said he could offer us a ride once they come, to which I declined, saying we were going the other way to Seattle, not Bellingham. He continued making small talk and he offered again. "Are you sure you don't want to ride? They should be here soon." But I stuck to declining it because it just didn't seem convenient for anyone. At this point, I was resigned to just finding a hotel room in Anacortes for the night. Eventually, Beth, who is starting to walk up the road away from the ferry terminal, motions to me. "Mike, let's go." But there's a pleading urgency to her voice and her face. I say okay and bid the stranger farewell, and we start walking up the road in the dark again, luggage in tow. To my surprise, I find that Beth is alarmed by the meeting we just had, pointing out to me that the man had not been on the ferry. He was already standing around at the terminal when everybody got off the boat. He also pointed out he had never removed his right hand from his coat pocket. He'd doffed his hat, he'd shook my hand. He never took that hand out of his pocket. I honestly didn't notice. She, of course, was having visions of me shot in the woods, and Lord only knows what for her. So we trekked up the road and eventually found an inn, but apparently there was some sort of convention in Anacortes that weekend and every room in town was booked solid. So we called a cab to take us to a nearby town, where we could get a room in a motel. But our time walking up the road and waiting for the cab, we never did see a car with what could possibly have been the guy's mom and sister drive to the ferry. We didn't see any cars at all. In the years since, Beth is now my wife, and we do joke that this was our close encounter with a serial killer. Half joking, of course, but also half wondering when news might come to light of something horrible along the northern coast of Puget Sound. This happened a long time ago. I'm guessing back in 2006. And I can't have been older than 4 years old at the time. Yet I vividly remember the fear I felt during this encounter. It was an early summer morning and the sun was up, but few people were out. In fact, the streets were practically dead that morning. My mom decided to take my sister, only 1 year old, seated in a stroller, and I, to throw away some garbage at the garbage station. I might add that the garbage station is kind of secluded from nearby houses, bordering one of those deep, dark forests of eastern Sweden. Since I was only 4 years old when this happened, the memories from the incident have faded a lot. However, my mom remembers all of it. She says that upon entering the garbage station, she immediately got an eerie feeling of being watched. I remember that feeling too. I felt creeped out, even though I didn't know why I was scared. I guess I could just sense my mom's fear. Walking along that secluded garbage station, my mom suddenly stopped and told me this. "Hey, hold onto the stroller as hard as you can and don't let go, no matter what." That's my most vivid memory I have of this, and I don't think I'll ever forget those words. I'll at least never forget how they made me feel. It was as if my blood turned to ice. I just froze. My mom sounded stern, but even a toddler can sense when someone's scared crapless. My mom was definitely afraid of something. The rest is just a blur. I don't remember much, apart from the aforementioned. So, I'll let the rest of the story be told from the perspective of my mother. This is the recollection of her experience, recalled to the best of my abilities, but in my own words. Not far from where we were standing, a truck was parked with a man seated in the front. Nothing unusual. A lot of truck drivers stopped to rest by the side of the road. But this man was staring. He wouldn't stop staring. He stared right at me. examining my body with the determined gaze of a predator, gluing the three of us in his sight. He truly seemed pleased by the fear he'd instilled in our faces. In his eyes, they were something else, almost as if they didn't belong to a human, but rather to a predator on the savannah. I felt like prey, stuck in the claws of a lion. I just couldn't move. That's when he smiled at me. I remember that dead smile, those cold, calculating eyes, and the way he licked his lips, almost as if to say, I could kill you if I wanted to. I believe this was the point in time when my mom told me to hold onto the stroller, to hold on tightly and not let go. My mom is a small woman, 160 centimeters, weighing only about 45 kilograms. That's about 5 feet tall and 100 pounds, and she could have easily been overpowered by the overweight man in the truck. My mom later admitted she was afraid he'd jump out of the truck and knock her out, possibly assaulting her, or even kidnapping me and my 1-year-old sister. We bolted out of there. We didn't throw much away at the garbage that morning. We just turned around and walked home as fast as mom can do with the stroller and 4-year-old toddler by her side. We've never talked about what happened that day up until recently. The incident has always lingered somewhere in the back of my mind as that weird thing that happened when I was a child. And every time I walk past that garbage station, I get a weird feeling in the pit of my stomach. As previously mentioned, this happened around 2006. Fast forward to 2008. The face of a 10-year-old little girl called Ingla was printed across the front page of every newspaper in sight. She had been abducted, SA'd, and murdered. And the perpetrator was an overweight truck driver named Anders Öcklund, now known as one of Sweden's most infamous killers. Anders Öcklund was charged with the murder of Ingla, alongside the and murder of a woman named Pernilla. He's also suspected of abducting another little girl, who's still missing, making him a pedophile, a serial R-wordist, and a serial killer. My mom says that when she saw Öcklund's picture in the paper, especially when she saw those cold, familiar eyes, she knew he was the creepy man from the garbage station, that early morning all those years ago. Thinking how my mom, or my sister, or me, or all of us could have been his victims, that sends chills up my spine. I saw someone else posted a Ted Bundy story and thought that I would share one as well. Not a long story, but it's pretty chilling. When my dad's girlfriend was in high school in the 70s, she decided to ditch school one day to shop at the local mall. This was in Colorado, and a few days prior to his capture. Anyway, she was leaving the mall, headed to the parking lot to her car, and was stopped by a handsome young man. He approached her asking if she would be interested in modeling, as he was posing as a photographer. For whatever reason, she felt something was a little bit odd about him, and was feeling bad about ditching school, so she politely declined and kept walking to her car. She said that she might have accepted his offer if she hadn't had a weird feeling. She said she couldn't shake the feeling of how off the whole situation felt. She eventually realized she had a near brush with death, when a few days later he was arrested and brought to jail only a few hours from where he had approached her. He actually escaped from that jail, and then ended up abducting a girl and killing her, and dumping her body on the side of the road in a town that I live in. And I drive on that road pretty frequently. Like I said, short, but chilling. Thanks for reading. I'm a delivery driver, and today I had a route that was out in the country. I went to this trucking company and had to drop off a package at the delivery room. When I went there, I went up to the guy in charge, telling him I had a package to drop off for someone, and I needed his name to document that I left it with him. He goes, "I'll tell you, but I'll have to kill you." So I did a laugh and said, "I'll take my chances." He goes, "Name's on the door." So I turn around and see his name badge on the door. So I write it down on my system and look back up at him, creepily smiling. And he goes, "Did you know the average person passes 16 serial killers in their life?" I look up and said, "Yeah, I've heard that before." As I turn around to walk back to my work truck, I said, "See you later, buddy." And he replies, "All right, see you Thursday." I drove off so fast, making sure that no one was following me. My mom has told me this story for years, and I always thought it was cool and so creepy at the same time. This happened 2 days before Ted Bundy was finally caught. For background on Ted Bundy, if you need it, he was a serial killer who brutally murdered many female victims, always young and pretty, which is exactly what my mother was. Just under 2 months before this story takes place, he went into a sorority house at Florida State University and murdered 2 girls in there, and brutally beat 2 others. Then he went to a nearby house and brutally beat up and injured 1 more, all in the span of about 15 minutes. At the time of this story, that was the most recent of his known murders, but it was later found he actually killed a poor little 12-year-old girl between being caught and the college girl's murder. He was handsome and young, and his MO was to be very friendly and charming, and his clean-cut appearance made women trust him. Now to my mom's story. My mother and father had moved to Tallahassee 2 months prior, and were living in a so-so area of apartment complexes. My dad was in school at Florida State University, and had a Monday science lab that would let out at unpredictable times, dependent entirely on how long that day's experiment lasted. My mom had not yet found a job, and was pretty bored most of the day. She'd go walk to campus on Mondays to try and meet my dad if the timing happened to be right. But this particular day, his lab had let out before she got there, and she didn't see him. So, she walked back to their apartment. As she was walking, she turned the corner onto the street where the apartments were on the other side of the road. Just as she did this, a guy in an orange Volkswagen Beetle, a pretty rare car, at least the color, was coming down the street towards her, and leaned over and waved at her in a really friendly, excited manner. My mother was rather confused. She and my dad didn't really know anyone down there, but she gave a small wave back. They had met another young couple a week before, and for a second she thought it might be the husband, but then thought it would be weird for him to wave so excitedly at someone he only knew a little bit. She suddenly felt really uncomfortable about it, and wanted to check to see if he was still around, without really obviously turning and looking. She realized if she crossed the street towards her apartment, she could get a good look to her right more naturally. As she did so, she saw the car had stopped just across the intersection. She had turned the corner around initially. She could see by the lights that the guy was sitting with his foot on the brakes, and worse, that he had his head tilted up and was blatantly watching her in his rearview mirror. She knew the particular duplex he was stopped in front of was vacant, so there was no way he was waiting for someone or anything like that. My mom was thoroughly freaked out, and trying to figure out what to do at this point, as there were no cell phones back then and thus no one she could call. But there was a nice thick tree up a little, and she realized that if she walked behind it, she could then walk away at such an angle that the tree would block his line of vision for her for quite a while, and he wouldn't know exactly where she was. She did this, and after getting a decent bit further, she peeped around the block line of vision, and his car was gone. She figured he realized she was onto him and didn't want to deal with a woman putting up a fight. As I said at the beginning of the post, Ted Bundy was caught 2 days later, in an orange Beetle that was stolen 2 blocks from my parents' apartment. Bundy would apparently often return cars he'd stolen after using them to murder people, and my mom thinks that's what he was planning on doing, but changed his mind, and that is why he was back in the area. So yeah, thankfully, my mother was smart and not killed by Ted Bundy, and thus, I exist. Hooray. Edit. Bundy somewhat famously owned a beige Beetle, but he stole and was caught in an orange one. Back in the early to mid-'80s, my mom was a typical young woman of the times. She and her 2 best friends, Paulette and Pauline, great pair of names, right? Liked partying, guys, and all those sorts of things. They lived in the Bay Area of California, around Santa Cruz, I believe. At the time, they all had what she likes to call pseudo-boyfriends, the kind of boys who they knew aren't exactly committed and faithful, but they dated anyways. They'd been hoping to catch any of the boys in the act of cheating or fooling around, and one particular night decided to check out a somewhat popular hangout site of theirs. Apparently at the time, a lot of people their age liked to hang out at this golf course at night. It must have been a good place for little parties. They thought they might catch them at night or at least have some fun sneaking around after them. It was quite a walk from the house they were at to the golf course. When they arrived, lo and behold, nobody was there. I don't know why they thought the boys would be there, but they sure weren't. But it was nighttime and they were bored, so they decided to hang out and chat. One of them called their boyfriend to find out where they actually were, now that sneaking up on them was out of the question. They were at one of the guys' houses or something like that and agreed to pick them up after a short while. They were busy, so they stayed and hung out, thinking themselves cool for being alone at night in a party spot. After a while, my mom says they started hearing this strange sound. She said it was a thudding sound, like hitting wood. It got louder and louder as they talked, so obviously they got up and went to check it out. Because that's what you do with strange sounds in the night, right? Definitely don't run away or anything. Anyway, they stepped outside and looked up to the balcony of the 2nd story, where the sound seemed to be coming from. A man stood up on that deck, repeatedly sinking a knife blade into the wooden railing. Thud. 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 My mom recalls he had sort of scraggly dark hair, a dirty red ball cap, and sunglasses. Cool guy wearing his sunglasses at night. He was looking at them, clearly not surprised at their presence. He knew they'd been there. The man called down to them in a playful voice. "Come on up, ladies. Come on up, ladies." They were practically crapping in their pants, terrified now. A serial killer had been all over the news lately. A man who had a nasty habit of stabbing young women to death. Thinking of nothing more brilliant they could do, they called out, "We know who you are." He simply grinned and responded boldly, "I don't care. I'm here. You're here. And we're alone." Finally, snapping into their senses at this, they shouted, "Hell no, we're not," and ran as fast as they could, heading towards a nearby friend's house. They got there and called the cops. The police investigated the area and found the marks where he'd stabbed the balcony railing, but nothing else. Soon after that, they found the body of a girl, stabbed to death, presumably by the same guy, somewhere between Santa Cruz and a neighboring city, probably San Jose. We searched all over the internet the last few hours, trying to find out who the guy was and if he got caught, but we turned up with almost nothing. The crime rates were sky high around that time, and Santa Cruz was practically famous for a few serial killers in the 80s, and it's very difficult to find information about any lesser killers in that area. She thinks the Trailside Murders guys may have been him, but the physical description doesn't match any of the pictures we found, unless he'd worn a wig that night or went bald very, very fast. She doesn't even remember what year it was, just that it was sometime in the 80s before she got pregnant with my older brother, who was born in 1987. Anyway, That's the story as far as she could remember. She claims Paulette could have remembered it like the back of her hand, but she died a few years ago. She doesn't really speak to Pauline anymore either, and she's gotten a bit slow anyways. I wish we could have found more information on the guy, but the few famous serial killers of the time really drown out all the other ones. Back in the mid-90s, while I was living in Colorado, I was dating the son of Deborah Snyder. Deb was the girlfriend of murderer Thomas Luther. This man beat, and murdered several women in West Virginia and Colorado. He assaulted most violently one of the victims with the business end of a hammer. He was always very nice and never gave me the creeps. I wonder if because I was dating his girlfriend's son, that is why nothing bad happened to me. Anyway, once it came out about who he was and what he had done, I was in complete shock. My mom almost had a heart attack thinking that her baby girl was that close to a monster. My boyfriend never had a close relationship with his mom, and this drove them further apart. Deb was always defending Tom, and while admitting he did bad things, she still loved him. Still gives me chills to this day thinking about it. Funny thing, over 20 years later, my brother is now a correctional officer at the maximum security prison that Tom is housed at. My husband and I are night owls, and when we were newly married, we had a new habit going to the gym pretty late, and always ended with a quick soak in the hot tub. One night, as we went to the hot tub at about midnight, there was already another average-looking guy sitting there. He struck up some small talk with us and explained he was from Washington and was passing through town on his way to camp at some sand dunes a couple hours south of where we were in Utah. These sand dunes were completely isolated and far away from any major populated areas. Kind of a strange place to camp if you're unfamiliar with the state. He also tells us he's a house painter and just works through referrals because that way he can work on the fly and can't be tracked. Okay. This guy is really talkative. Like, we can barely get a word in and are mostly just sitting there listening. Somehow he turns the conversation to conspiracy theories. 911, government controlling us, etc. At this point, we just kind of politely pretend to be interested, but I'm starting to get weird vibes from him. The guy starts telling us drug stories about how he has always loved to party. His neighbors ended up hating him because he was always partying. They called the cops on him because he had abandoned a car on their property and wouldn't move it, so he hated them. I wish I could remember all the details. It's been 4 years since this happened. He tells us the reason he's out there is because of his neighbors. They tipped off the cops that he was involved in a murder case that he swears he has nothing to do with. Also, this isn't the first time something like this has happened to him. He was getting too much media attention, so he had to leave, and has been camping the whole trip, so the cops can't find him. He's paranoid though, because robotic CIA planes have been tracking him in the desert. He just knows it. At this point, we're pretty freaked out. Almost an hour has passed sitting here listening to him. There's a lull in the conversation and it is super uncomfortable. All of a sudden, the guy realizes he has said too much to us. And the next thing we know, he's getting out of the hot tub and is gone. It's late, and we are super creeped out. I remember making a mental note that there is a surveillance camera in the room and this guy is on tape. We hurry and get out, and I am the only one in the woman's locker room. My heart was beating so fast, and I was getting dressed faster than I ever had before. Once we leave, we drive home. We both agree this guy definitely had something to do with the murder he was talking about. We make sure all the doors are locked, and I'm freaking out that he followed us or something. My husband is usually calm and never freaks out about stuff like this, but he had his gun ready to load, just in case. Neither of us could sleep in fear that this creep was outside our apartment, and we started looking up details online. We found the murder they were talking about and that they're suspects for the case. And the main suspect was linked to another couple of murders that happened in the woods in Washington. They never could make an arrest in the case because they didn't have concrete evidence, but they were sure they knew who did it. And the guy in the case was arrested for some time because of the neighbors who reported an abandoned car. What? Is it the guy from the hot tub that killed the girls and was suspected of the murder now? We couldn't sleep until morning, and the next day we tried to find somewhere to leave tips to help the cops. My husband sent them an email with a few details about talking to the man in the hot tub, and the day after, an FBI agent called him for the full story. He ended up telling him that he had been really helpful and thanked him. We tried to keep looking for details on the case, but never really found anything. This story happened to my dad, and it's one of the creepiest things I have ever heard. My dad grew up in a safe, quiet Virginia suburban neighborhood with 2 older brothers and 3 younger sisters. Him and a few of his siblings would always walk to the bus stop and go to school together. They had some neighborhood friends they would also meet up with. One kid that stood out from the bunch was named Monty. Monty was not much of a friend, but more of a bully. No one really liked him because he was mean and was always picking fights. One day, him and my dad got into a physical altercation. My dad doesn't remember why, and one of my dad's brothers had to separate them. Through the years, Monty was always around, but my dad and the other kids in the neighborhood always sensed there was something very off about him. My dad recalled often seeing him with bruises and scratches and not knowing where they came from. As they got older, he stopped coming out to play, and he eventually dropped out of high school. My dad was a bit relieved that the neighborhood bullies seemed to be gone. A few weeks later, my dad found out that Monty had not been dropped out of high school, but was in fact arrested and sent to an institution for robbery, and car theft. He was only 14 years old at the time. He eventually convinced his counselors that he was improving and was able to get out of the mental institution. Once he was out, he went on to and murder 5 women. He was caught and sentenced to 5 life terms. My dad told me this story while showing me Monty's yearbook photo from high school. I believe that his mysterious bruises and scratches either came from abuse within his family or possibly even from his victims fighting back. You think about the people you grew up with, and the bullies in school as just being mean people who usually grow up and realize the error in their ways. You never expect the bully in school to end up being the serial killer next door. If you want to read more details about Monty's crimes, just Google search Monty Russell. I was living in Asheville, North Carolina. I hung out at a local coffee shop all the time. The day I met this guy was like any other. I went into the coffee shop, ordered my coffee, and sat down to read the local Iwana, when an older man came up to me and asked if he could sit down. I had got in there to meet new people, and usually I went for younger guys, but I thought, what the heck? I said yes, and he sat down and started to ask me questions. Where did I work? Where did I live? Did I have any relatives? Etc. Of course, during the discourse, I asked him questions and found out that he was a traveling salesman who traveled I-40 from Ohio to Asheville. The last question he asked me was how old I was. When I told him, he couldn't believe me. I looked a lot younger than what I really was. At the time, I was 29, but I looked like a teenager. Part of my kitsch was to show people my ID, and I showed it to him too. As soon as he saw it, he said, "Thanks for the chat," and got up and left. I didn't think anything of it until I went to get another cup of coffee. The guy behind me at the coffee bar asked me if the old man was bothering me. I told him that it wasn't anything I couldn't handle and thanked him for his concern. The next night I went to a strip club with my on-again, off-again boyfriend that had just opened up a town over. My boyfriend asked me if I wanted to strip because someone had offered the manager $500 for me to strip. I didn't want to, but was pretty interested to find out who it was that was going to pay me that much to strip. Coincidence or no, it was the same guy from the coffee shop. I was creeped out. He came up to me later that night and started talking to me about how many people he had killed in Vietnam, especially young women and children. I was really creeped out and edged away from him and found another group of friends to hang out with and made sure that I was never alone. He didn't try anything though. He just left. I kind of freaked out, but didn't really do anything about it. I just went to work the next day, and one of the girls I worked with came up and asked if I heard about the girl who had been stabbed in the neck from behind as she came out of one of the bars. The girl went on saying that her dad was a cop, and they were looking for a serial killer who was killing young girls from Ohio to Asheville off of I-40. They weren't sure, but they thought he was an older guy who was probably a traveling salesman. The cops thought that he had a thing for women who had my characteristics and were 18 and under. I freaked out and told her about that guy. She called her dad, but I don't know if they didn't believe me or what, but they didn't question me. I really think that the only thing that saved me was the fact that I was much older than what I looked. My boyfriend recently showed me a post by a man whose mother had survived an attack by Ted Bundy, knowing about my fascination with serial killers, and suggested that I tell my mother's story about her brush with a serial killer. Pre-apology for formatting errors or faux pas. This is my first ever Reddit post. Late June to early August of 1989, Scarborough, Ontario. She doesn't remember the exact date, but remembers it was shortly before my first birthday, though the exact date isn't important. My mother was a stay-at-home mom, 23, who also ran a small daycare service from our home. My father worked 2 jobs, but money was tight and our neighborhood was becoming increasingly dangerous with muggings and gang activity. So my mom decided to try and find an overnight job that she could work the nights my dad didn't, in order to save money to buy a house in a safer neighborhood. Money being tight and not being able to afford a babysitter, my aunt, who worked in an office building only a few blocks away from the job interview my mom was to attend, agreed to watch my sister, then 4, and myself, then almost a year. My mother dropped us off with my aunt and headed to the interview. She arrived earlier than she thought she would, so she decided to stop in the lobby and have a cigarette to calm her nerves. Yes, it was 1989. People smoked everywhere. A tall blonde man approached her with a movie star smile and asked for a light. Being polite, she handed over her matchbook. This man was handsome and well-dressed, but something about him made her feel uneasy. He told her she had beautiful eyes. Being a married woman with small children, that was enough to make her uncomfortable. She mumbled she had to go and hurried away to her interview. After the interview, as she was heading down the street, she felt someone staring. But when she turned, she saw no one. She came and retrieved my sister and I from our aunt's office and headed to the bus stop. It seemed as if out of nowhere a man appeared before her with an "I found you." She turned her head to see the same man, his face leaning in towards her. In his hand, the matches she had not even realized she had left with him. He leans closer towards me. My mother was wearing me on her chest, and my sister was holding her hand. He told her I was a little angel, and then looked at my sister and told her we both were. He grabbed her hand and pushed the matches into her palm, and grinned one last time and said, "I hope to see you soon." She said it made her skin crawl. Something about that perfectly plastic white smile with dead eyes. When she got home, she called my aunt, and they chalked it up to her being on high alert. The Scarborough R-wordist had already attacked 14 girls and women, and they were constantly being reminded to be on alert by the media, and even posters on the streets. After all, he hadn't really done anything too suspicious. Skip ahead to February 17, 1993. Paul Bernardo is arrested for the murders of Leslie Mahaffey and Kristen French, in addition to various other suspected crimes. When my mother sees his photo, she immediately freezes and realizes that the man with the matches 4 years ago was Paul Bernardo. She was terrified and relieved all at once. She called my dad immediately at work, and when he came home that night, she told him in the pit of her stomach she knew that he was also the Scarborough R-wordist. Skip ahead to late April 1994. My mother receives a summons for jury duty. She fills out the questionnaire and returns it within 5 days asking of her, hoping the information she has provided has somehow disqualified her, since she is running a small daycare from home, as well as taking care of my sisters and I. My younger sister was born in mid-1990. Much to her frustration, she was summoned to be on a jury panel. She sat through the jury panel and was assigned a jury to serve on Paul Bernardo's case. Obviously terrified and physically sick, she was able to convince a court officer that with her home business, 3 children, and the fact that she was still recovering from a recent hysterectomy meant that there was no way that she could serve. We moved to a city outside of the greater Toronto area, and I honestly didn't know about any of this until I got a true crime book when I was about 13 that had a chapter on Paul Bernardo and Karla Homolka in it. I asked my parents if they knew anything about it because I knew based on the dates we had lived in Scarborough then. I have asked her about it again as an adult, and it's just as terrifying. We talked about it recently, after she sent me an article on Facebook announcing he was applying for early day parole, which is when I told my boyfriend the whole story. Serial killers and the other morbid things that fascinate me are not something I discuss with him often, because he's a scaredy cat and not a horror fan. I'm sure that my mother and I aren't alone in hoping that Paul Bernardo never gets parole and eventually dies behind bars. Years ago, while studying to be a psychologist, I did a brief residency at a psych ward. They had 2 units, one for children aged 5 to 17, and an adult unit that also housed geriatric patients. I had gotten to the unit, checked in, and got led to the children's unit. It was my first time there. It was time for the kids to have snacks and take their evening meds. I saw the front desk nurse panicking slightly on the phone, and I was, to be honest, very nosy. I kind of shuffled my way over towards her desk discreetly. She yelled, "You know you're wrong for doing this," and she slammed the phone down. About 2 minutes later, a young but hefty girl was brought into the unit in a paper gown. She couldn't have been more than 10. She was rushed into one of the rooms. The rest of the children were in the day room watching TV. Someone from labs came up and followed after them into the same room. There was a loud crash and several vials came rolling out into the hallway. There was an altercation. The young girl was screaming, "I'm gonna kill you, bitch," over and over until she was restrained. And from there, I don't know what happened, because I neither wanted to be involved nor was allowed. When things finally calmed down a bit, one of the staff members told me that little girl had just stabbed both of her parents in their sleep with sharp shears. I know she was under the age of being able to be charged and sent to juvie in that state, and ended up being put into foster care on probation. In 2006, I lived in South Bend, Indiana. I worked overnights at Walmart and had to walk to work. It was about 5 miles each way, and it wasn't the greatest way to travel. This trip took me through the north end of downtown, past Notre Dame's golf course, campus, and eventually to Roseland, and then finally to Walmart. With two exceptions, I never passed by any pedestrians. One guy was on a bike, one of the first nights I made this trip. He was fine. It was the other guy who was strange. There's a section of the street from the top of South Bend to the bottom of the golf course that there were no street lights and barely a sidewalk to walk on. The last night I was employed at Walmart, in this pitch black spot I passed this guy, while a car passed by. I noticed there wasn't anything physically abnormal, but as soon as I saw him, I got the creeps. He was around 5'10", 200 pounds, dark hair, and he was staring directly at me. As he was walking towards me, I started sweating and was becoming terrified very quickly. As we passed each other, everything in my body screamed to run away as fast as I could. So I did. I was a big dude. I ran like the wind, too out of breath to scream. When I couldn't run anymore, I turned around, convinced I was going to die, and saw no one. Great. I just freaked out for no reason, I thought to myself. I continued on my way, finished my shift, and went home. Nothing else happened while I was in Indiana. That week, I moved back to Tennessee and continued my life, thinking nothing about that night. 1 week later, I received a phone call from one of my dad's police officer friends from South Bend, who wanted to make sure I was okay. I confirmed that I was 300 miles away, safe and sound. He explained to me that they were working on catching a serial killer who was targeting homeless people and shoving their dead bodies into manholes. He described a guy who was 5'10", around 200 pounds, dark eyes, dark hair. I was terrified all over again. He described what sounded like the guy I saw. He said the path of murder was crossing my path to work, a path I had walked for 6 months. I have no idea what could have happened if I would have stayed at that job for another week. This is a combination of stories that I heard after this guy was caught. I'll start with my own. I live in a very small town. It's surrounded by woods and lakes and rivers. One day, I had gone to a mom and pop gas station / grocery store, made my purchases, and returned to my car to leave. As I pulled out of the driveway, there was a white van driven by an older gentleman pulling into the store as I waited to pull out on the road. I was staring as he pulled beside me, because I was going to wave at him. I thought it was my friend's uncle, who had a van just like it, and from a distance it looked like him. As I stared, the guy turned to look at me, and I realized that it was not my friend's uncle at all. But I looked into the coldest, meanest looking eyes I have ever encountered. I drove home that day thinking of serial killers, murderers, and weirdos before convincing myself that my imagination was seriously running wild. Later in 2008, a lady from our town met this guy, with his van, at a filling station a few miles outside of town. He said he was looking for a campsite that was free, and you did not have to register or anything. She assumed that he was homeless and down on his luck. She gave him directions to one and told him to just follow her. She would turn at her house, but if he kept going a few miles, he would find the place. Later on that year, she was really freaked when it came out who this guy was, and she had showed him where she lived. Some college girls hung out at the beach. One of them said, after this guy was caught, that she and her friends had seen and talked to him several times at the beach during the summer of '08, and he was always really nice. Of course, they were freaked out too when they learned later what he was capable of. In December of 2008, a lady from our area went missing. I'm not going to go into details about what happened here. You can Google and read about this. The way this individual was caught was after he committed a horrible act of kidnapping and murder here. He went to Georgia and kidnapped and murdered a young girl. A hint of who this was if you Google the murder at Blood Mountain in Georgia. You'll know who I'm talking about. I think you will anyway. I have not Googled it. Anyway, it was really freaky to know that I had actually seen him once, after everything happened, and that he was living so close by and probably driving past my house many times before he kidnapped and murdered this lady from our area. The following story happened 3 years ago. I, Marcus, was 21 at the time, and just finished my basic training in the Army. It was the first time in 3 months that I was at home, and of course, I felt like a super badass war machine. The first day at home, the annual fun fair took place in our village, but honestly, I just wanted to go to sleep, and so I refused when my friends asked me to go drink with them. I went to bed at 2 p.m., right after my arrival, and slept about 4 hours, until my ringing phone woke me up. I looked at the display and saw that Mary, my ex-girlfriend, was calling. We didn't break up and dispute and claim ourselves as still friends. I answered the call and she asked if I could go over and have an eye out on her 2 cousins, 5 and 9 years old, because her parents are not home and she wants to go out with her girls. She thought I was home for 2 days and knew from my sister, which she asked first, that I wasn't coming out to the fun fair. And even though she apologized and said I should stay home after I told her that I was at home since today, I agreed and walked over to her house, which was 10 minutes away. I arrived and knocked on the door. Moments later, she let me in and introduced me to the 2 young boys, David and Joshua. After telling me the rules like not too much candy, no TV after 9, and the promise not to come back home drunk, and not later than 2 a.m., she left the house. I placed myself on the big couch and watched TV, while the 2 boys were playing in the living room around me. I told them, if they need something, they can just ask me. We ordered pizza, and I even had fun playing with them after we ate. It was about 11:30 p.m. David and Joshua were sleeping in the guest room, and I sat in the dark living room and watched Netflix on my phone, when I heard a strange noise from the backyard. It sounded like something metallic clanking. The blinds were shut, so I couldn't see anything. I went to the window and spread the blinds only a few inches and scanned the backyard. I saw nothing strange. But then, chills ran down my spine as I saw the shadow of a head peeking over the fence. At this moment, I was 100% sure that this was a real danger, and not just some drunk guy from the feast, which had gotten lost and ended up here. Mary's house was more than 1 mile away from the town hall, where it all took place. Literally on the other end of the village. And why would a drunk person sneak around the house? I turned my head to check that all the windows were closed. When I looked back in the yard, the silhouette was gone. I was still tensed and had a bad feeling, but I went back to the couch and tried to convince myself that it was just an illusion and I'm just overtired. I must have been dozed away for 20 minutes when I woke up by trampling from upstairs. I looked to the door and the boys came inside. Joshua, the younger one, was crying, and David pointed in the direction they were coming from. "Marcus," he said with a trembling voice, "there's a man at our window." My stomach felt like a brick. Was the shadow in the yard real? I told them with a calm voice to stay here and wait, but inside, I was shaking. In the dark, I sneaked upstairs, holding a kitchen knife in my right hand. The floorboards creaked, but the loudest thing I could hear was my racing heart. The door to the guest room was slightly open, and I could look inside and I saw the bed, which was slightly illuminated by the shine of the moon. The sheets were crumpled. David and Joshua clearly left in a hurry. A little breeze of cold air came towards me, and my worst fear came true. The window was open. My hand was shaking. As I pushed open the door easily, I stand on the doorstep and wasn't able to move inside. "You coward," I whispered to myself. After a moment of standing there like a statue and staring in the room, I made a step forward. I searched around and under the bed. Nothing. I opened the closet. Nothing. A bit relieved, my plan now was to check on the other rooms. I went out on the floor again, walked slowly along the wooden floor, and grabbed the door handle of the bathroom. I wanted to push it open, But in that moment, someone from the other side was pulling it and literally dragging me inside. I stumbled forward, and the next second I stand face to face with a black-dressed, masked man. I almost crapped myself in that moment. We stared at each other for maybe 3 seconds before he pushed me back against the opposite wall and ran downstairs. I dropped the knife. It took me a few seconds to realize what just happened. I heard the kids screaming in fear. I got up, rushed to the stairs, when the sound of shattering glass filled the house. He tried to escape through the front door, but it was locked. So he threw himself through the big window in the living room, tearing apart the blinds, and went outside. I chased him into the yard, where he jumped over the fence by using a garden chair as a step. I looked over the fence too and saw him sprinting into the woods. Back inside, I called the police and tried to calm the boys. The officers searched around the house and found a ladder outside the fence. It was exactly that spot where I saw the shadow earlier that evening. 3 days later, the police caught the man, and he got arrested, and they told us that he was a searched criminal who kidnapped and murdered 5 children in the last 2 years. That was the worst night in my life so far. I moved to the United States for a postdoctoral fellowship in Baltimore, Maryland. This is a city where black women regularly disappear. And recently, a serial killer, Joe Metheny, was outed in Baltimore as feeding his victims at the local butcher shop he ran. This story happened to me in 2019 and is not related to Joe Metheny, who died in 2017. Compared to my home country, the weather on the U.S. East Coast is hot and muggy, so I used to dip out of the lab to take walks in the nearby park during office hours. I did this maybe 50 times, exploring the vast park with its river, its bottom piece and upper trails. It's not too secluded, and you could usually spot people jogging, which put me at ease. Nevertheless, it is in Baltimore, and the crime is infamous. I had several hairy encounters in my time, ironically more in Washington, D.C., which is an hour away. Now, one day, I'm sitting in the bottom of the local park taking in the sun. It's maybe 4 p.m., and I need to go back to work soon. Suddenly, I see a stranger in the distance. This is the first time I've ever seen anyone down here, as the bottom part is very secluded. But as I described above, you can spot joggers along the trails surrounding the bottom part. So, in my opinion, it's not too isolated. I immediately sense something is very wrong. He is staring at me but not moving, and he starts talking to me, showing me a sort of map he's holding with his right arm extended out towards me. Asks me to come over and show me where we are on the map. I am frozen and extremely scared. Something about this situation is very off, and I've been all over the world, but this is a first. Something about him is just wrong. I then notice something truly disturbing. In his other hand, which is elevated, he's holding a very large rock. He keeps telling me to come over and show me something on the map. I freak out, because to get away, there is only to run around him, or backwards and deeper into the bottom of the park. I shout no, and miraculously he lowered his arm for a moment, allowing me to run past him. I ran and ran and ran until I was back on campus. I really wanted to call the cops and report this, as I know I came very close to being another statistic in a city where people regularly disappear. Because I was technically supposed to be at work, I never reported this to anyone except for my closest friend, who believes I was indeed faced with evil. In 1989, when a few of my mates were 19, we went camping in a national park here in Australia. On our first day up there, despite the entire campgrounds being vacant, this bloke comes in and sets up camp right next to us with a tiny 10 square meter patch of bush between. Being the middle of winter, the place was deserted. As the morning began, he started asking the 3 of us if we wanted him to take us up to the abandoned gold mine that afternoon. 2 of us 3 had made the trek numerous times, but didn't bother saying anything and were non-committal. As morning drew into afternoon, he finally wore us down, so 2 of us went. On the way up there, he was acting a bit nutty and diving into ice-cold rock pools, and he had a large Bowie knife strapped to his leg. Anyway, it was about a 6-kilometer hike up to the mine, and he was telling us how he'd been up there ample amount of times, with us smirking at each other as we had been up heaps. About 5 kilometers in, he said, "Let's start heading up the mountain," at which point we're looking at each other confused, as the gold mine was at the bottom, and up there was nothing but thick rainforest. So at one point, I've turned to look over my shoulder at my mate, only to find he was gone, and I was about 15 meters behind this bloke in the middle of nowhere, about an hour before dark. My guts dropped, and I just instinctively turned and fled. Now, I had been a long-distance runner, but I don't think I've ever ran so fast. When I made it back to camp, my other mate who had fled before me was holding a rifle and freaking out, asking questions like, what was he gonna do? I said, give me the rifle and start packing up. Just as they started, this guy came tearing through the bushes and was manic laughing. Then he seen me with my rifle and mumbled something as he walked through the bushes. This really freaked us out, and we packed within a half hour. He must have really legged it back to be that close behind us. We were all scared and happy to be driving out from this remote spot safe. It wasn't until years later, we had watched something on the TV and were on the phone to each other, that we came to realize that this man was Ivan Milat, who went on to murder a heap of tourists in the forest and became one of Australia's most infamous serial killers. We were very lucky. Thank you so much for watching to the end of this video and listening to all the stories. I hope you enjoyed them. I also want to give a special shout out to all of our channel members. Thank you so much to Chili, Snowing Wine Drops, Tina Mead, Taylor Ruist, Claire, Casey Brown, Atlas, They Love Jay, No One, Avery Prolks, Antoinette Flowers, Snea Nair, Tyler Aliberti, Francis Egan, Natasha Hovermail, Leslie Jarbath, Caroline Hawksworth, Glenn Williams, Tamaki Amajiki, Thumb, Eric Donter, Selena Stewart, The Grim Reaper's Nightmare, Lisa Lynn, Tangela Young, Miss Cannabis, Anon Q, Mathematica, Carrie Morris, Christy Goodall, Recovery BMX UK, Cherry, Cheryl Taylor Harris, Lindsay Chavez, Flat Booty Biscuits, West Virginia Angel, Jamie Gavisk, Shay Shay, Lexi Lou, Xanax Master, Dark Poison, Michelle Dixon, Spike 2021, Patrick F., Corey Maloney, CC's Castle, Charity McVeigh, Tom H., Jess and Dave McDaniels, Melissa Igandata, Salvador VL, Derek Slank, Randy Music, Brooklyn Ledbetter, Skincrawler, Lisa Thompson, Liz C., Melissa Robinson, Borden Short T., Natasha Strom, Sarah Rodriguez, Melissa Reddy, Kayla Johnston, Skittlebritches, Carly's Von Oswegen, Furberry's Fables, Taryn, Brittany, Hail Mary, Inner Scare Wifey, Ruby Wilson, Jennifer Moyer, Bendy and the Ink Machine, Cappy Karma, Paul Reese, Via Maj K0101, and Honey Pond. Thank you all so much for being members. I really, really do appreciate it. And thank you, everyone, for watching the video. Please make sure that you like, comment, and subscribe. And please enjoy the rain at the end of this video. Good night, everybody.